That's taken care of. Hey, Quackamo. All right. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. Oh, tea. Hold on. Almost screwed that up. Oh, good tea. Good tea. Yeah, tea is important. Tea is important. It's really good. All right. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to another edition of painting. I'm just going to throw on a light real quick because it is kind of dark. The sun's out. It's kind of overcast. I um, hope everyone's doing fine, doing well. We're going to be finishing up the silvers and everything. And another important thing that we got to do is, seeing as we can't use infantry squads the same way, I got to just double check one thing in the codex. Cadians. I'm finally on my weekend. Well, good. I'm glad. I lost pistol with a bolt pistol. Oh, well, that's crap. Well, what the shit? I don't want. I don't want chain swords. I want power weapons. Oh, that's infuriating. And they got rid of plasma pistols too for Cadians. So if I was to build these, it'd be Death Corps of Krieg. That's what it would look like. Oh no! Because the Death Corps of Krieg Watchmaster. Hold on. Let me put this thing on. Put this. Okay. Sorry about that. I just realized I didn't have my headset on. So the Death Corps of Krieg Watchmaster would have the plasma pistol and the power weapon. It's almost like they want you to take the auto gun. Oh, that's it. Let me look at the errata real quick. Oh, they don't have it. Oh, maybe they do. Oh, yeah, 15. Okay, hold on. Tempestus. Add command, add deep strike, so we got that. Ah, that really is infuriating. Add bolt gun. That doesn't say. Damn it. All right, well, I'm going with a theme. I'll just make them all have all their plasma pistols and power swords be bolt guns and chain swords. Golly, that's infuriating. Why would they even have it on the sprue if I can't take it? That's what's really wild. Is that the new bot? No, it's the. We're trying to finish up the Cadians. This headless mass before I switch to um people's models. What are you painting? I am painting Imperial Guardsmen. That is what I am painting. Yeah, take your time. I'm more of a lore guy. That's fine. Oh, now it wants to pop up. Hi, Bastet. How are you, my dear? Yeah, it's fine being a lore guy. Yeah, how is it? Oh, that's infuriating. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it now. I can just press, mark, and press. Deep in that lore. Do you play? When did you discover Warhammer? Good. How is everyone? I'm okay. For those of you that don't know, I recently had a sleep study done, and so I'm waiting for the results of that sleep study to basically tell me that I need a CPAP and I have insomnia and all that stuff. Stuff that I already knew. Uh, the Astartes trailer came out 2 days ago. Yes, it did. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that big news. Did they really not add the profile to the autogun? I've been into Warhammer ever since. Well, you have joined, I think, not that I try and diss other streamers, but uh, I don't know how well versed he is to 40K, but I don't think he is one. I don't think he's as versed as others. It's nice that you kind of Osmongold, like it's nice that you kind of uh, were introduced, but there are a lot in my opinion, there are a lot better sources to where you can get your lore from. Weshammer is one. Bal- Baltimore is one. Um, uh, Oculus Imperia is one. Uh, so that's there's some good ones. I mean, I can talk about the lore, but everything else is whatnot. Have you played the game? What books are you reading? Lore Master Sotek. Yep, Lore Master Sotek is another good one. They really didn't add autogun to the. I read all the Necron books. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, Sergeant's autogun. Okay, that's what it's called. 2 attacks, 4 up. It doesn't say if it's rapid fire or assault. I'm assuming it says assault. Some bits of the heresy. Okay. All right. Well, that's infuriating. God, that's infuriating. Why? Okay. All right. So, the reason why I'm a little bit upset is because Oh, let me get into recording too. Is because Um. I have fashioned my sergeants to carry plasma pistols and power swords. Unfortunately, um, those plasma pistols and power swords are no longer authorized by for the guardsmen that I'm planning on running. So I'll have to just say that they are bolt pistols and chain swords, which is frustrating to say the least. I wish they would just like pick a weapon stuff and whatnot. Silent King book out in April. I'm hyped for. Oh, okay. All right. Have you played? You said you just do lore. Have you played the game before, like the actual tabletop game? Have you built models? And it's fine if you say that you don't. I'm not a purist. No, no, no. I mean the tabletop game. Not played. That's okay. Well, you're about to see the true hobby side. I say true hobby side. This is what 40K started as for the hobby. Hi, Jim. How are you? I know a little bit of Spanish. It is a very nice language. A lot of the Romance languages are nice languages when you hear them. I tried really hard to learn Latin. I just can't. It just was difficult for me. I like the Silent King painted. Well, that's good too. All right, we are going to do this. You're finishing the Krieg box? No, I am not finishing the Krieg box. Um, I doing it. I don't. As much as I love stories and battles of ancient enemies and all that stuff, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I'll play characters that fight demons and all that stuff, but me personally, as a person, I don't believe in that stuff. I'm a humanist atheist, so the atheism part is like the atheism part of humanism is basically the belief that there is no higher power. Humanism in and of itself um, is the belief that what's it called? Humanism is the belief that there is no like this is the one chance that we got, and there is no like quote unquote afterlife, and we have to just make the world a better place. And that's where I put a lot of my energies into is trying to make the world a better place. Um, Only the Vatican uses Latin. Yes, only the Vatican does use Latin. I was practicing Latin because I really wanted to get into psychology, and a lot of the medicinal psychology stuff that they deal with is in Latin. Okay, um, when you're prescribing drugs, when you're prescribing medication, when you're dealing with a lot of complex stuff, they occasionally use Latin to help figure out, you know, all that stuff. But me myself, um, I I'm not someone who believes in religion in and of itself. I do enjoy language. I actually enjoy the poetry of language, how it evolved. But yeah, uh, but that's neither here nor there. I believe in the stuff like the Fermi paradox is a very interesting study. If you guys don't know what the Fermi paradox is, basically it's a to describe it in layman's terms, it is a level of why we don't see um, advanced alien life forms and all that stuff. Um, yeah, the great filter, basically. Yeah, so it's like we there's certain levels of society that you have to reach before you become intergalactic. And once you reach that, there's only, you are probably the only civilization that does reaches that intergalactic level. If you find others that reach that intergalactic level, I don't like the silent forest theory because, or the dark forest theory because a lot of not so nice people um, have co-opted it into pushing a lot of anti, you know, X, Y, and Z beliefs. Um, yeah, yeah. So that's the three body problem in one. Um, I can't remember. I can't remember. But basically, I think the dark forest theory is was associated with like it was no, it's the theory that there are aliens, but for some reason they're quiet. Yeah, basically it's like it promotes fear and xenophobia, that particular theory, and I don't like to prescribe to that particular theory. Um, you know, I would like to think that's three body problem. I don't know. I can't remember. But let's get to the painting real quick. I'd love to talk about this, but I'm not. I'm going to be full transparent. I am not educated enough to talk about some of the higher level stuff that you guys are chatting about. Um, so I do believe in the Fermi paradox, though. That I do believe because it makes a lot more mathematical sense of how rare it is. First, you have to have a planet that can sustain life. Second off, once that planet sustains life, it's got to survive several very very heavy versions of like of astronomical um, uh, events, like getting hit with meteors, developing the right temperature, having the right degrees, being in that Goldilocks zone, not getting hit with meteors, all that stuff. So um, that is, I think, like if I was to pick why we don't see aliens in the known universe, it is because of the Fermi paradox, because it is so um, because it just makes mathematical sense. The fact that this Earth, where our Earth is, has life. We've gotten to a point where we are getting familiar with, and I say familiar, getting familiar with our local solar cluster, right? The solar system. Um, that that's what it makes sense. It makes sense to me. Okay. Mine, you walk into the road, you don't have to make it alone. You find dumbed down. Why there's no aliens? Oh yeah, that's true. But even in our galactic cluster, I would say, or no, no, in our own galaxy, I think that there might be some space be too big, fam. Inside, I will wait for you. I will wait for you. God damn it! There's like a bolt of light right here. I bet. Agreed. Bet that it has some dank memes. Well, it's not just about memes, right? It's I would have liked to have lived to potentially see and exchange, you know, culture and ideas and all that stuff. Humans inside, I will wait for you. Because I always dreamed about that. I killed a giant in Dragon Age Inquisition. Humans inside. Yep. Oh, okay. Gonna miss out on the AI uprising. I really don't. You know, that might happen, but at this point, you know, I would have liked to have once AI just learns how to draw figures, it's GG. Inside, I will wait for you. I will wait for you. Fair warning, folks. While I'm listening to music, I sometimes tend to sing to it while I paint. Um, it just helps me. Um, for those of you that don't know who I am a active duty military personnel with the United States Air Force, and I use my painting as part of my therapy for PTSD, and I am a huge advocate of finding that peace of mind and that comfort that you feel, and that serenity, if you can find serenity when you're in between your therapy sessions and whatnot. Um, and I try and advocate for better mental health and making sure that you're you know okay and everything. And while I am not a licensed therapist, if ever there is an issue that you feel you need to bring up, I will be there for you. I will try and help you through it um, until you're able to get to a um, therapist and all that stuff, and you get the actual help that you need. So, if you want to, so I, that's why Warhammer Tech went into the Dark Ages. They killed all the eye. No, it's not. It's not just that. They call it the Dark Age of Technology because there's nothing written about the Dark Age of Technology. Um, there's nothing like there's bits and pieces of the Dark Age of Technology um, that we ourselves within the 40K universe are privy to, but we don't know how the uprising started, and we don't know how it ended. Well, we know how it ended. Humanity went regressed into um, into like techno barbarianism. But that techno barbarianism, you got to remember when the Emperor started unifying Earth, a lot of the quote unquote techno barbarians were like had to know about the equipment they were using, right? They were still super advanced in the fact of, um, you know, uh, they were using augmetics and bionics and power armor and battle suits that um, that that nowadays the tech priests, the Mechanicum tech priests, the Mechanicus tech priests have lost that knowledge. So they call it the dark age of technology only because so much was lost. But you got to remember, during the unification, after the Emperor unified Earth, there were like they still had ungodly powers, right, with certain things. So have I heard of the AI ship? No, I haven't. I know that they're trying to make AI wingmen for pilots. So, like little drones that fly with the fighters. Went forward in time and they buried its crew. Oh, it was. Is that part of like the Warhammer lore? Let's make a mistake. Come on, let's go there. It's just how we say. Can you take me higher to a place where blind men see? And you, yeah. The AI ship came back from the warp disguised. Uh, oh, their masters were. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I don't. I, I have heard of that. I'm sorry. It took me a while. Yeah, I have heard of that story. Youth in my dreams came. Only preferences that love bleeds all the hate. Let's go there. Let's make our escape. Come on, let's go there. Let just can we stay? Can you take me? Yeah, don't be posting links, please. To a race where blind men see. Can you take me? It called the tech priest witch doctors. I believe it. In streams. Let's go there. Let's go there. We're just and we stay. Oh, hi, I feel like I alive and well, that's what they are. Yeah. I mean, you got to think about it. An AI ship, right? Looking at what a tech priest is, they're gonna think that they're witch doctors and peasants. So I am long enough and make take me higher? Place where blind men see. Can you take me higher? To a place where golden streams. Can you take me higher? To a place where blind men see. Can you take me higher? To a place where the golden streams. I like the Necron War, the War in Heaven. So they haven't really touched the War in Heaven. Um, they've talked about it, but they haven't really gone into true detail on what happened during the War in Heaven. Um, like all the big movers and shakers. God, I love that one bit of. And it's the most OP. Yep. I love that one bit of because I'm listening to this song just switched over to a Star Wars like retake or like epic theme, and I love there's this one piece of the movie that that they that that within the music is just like crescendos and whatnot, and like goes into the main Star Wars theme, and it's just so lovely. It's like it's really cool. I wish I could play it with you, but then I'd get copyright strike. Yeah, the Solar Orrery. You were right. So no, I'm listening to Star Wars, not One Piece. I don't particularly. You can hate me for it, but I don't particularly like One Piece. Um, I think it's slightly overrated, but that's just me. That's my taste. I could be wrong, but that's my taste. Um, but my iPod switched over to a Star Wars rendition of the main theme title, and the person who did it was really good. There is one section of that where it goes in where it goes into the traditional Star Wars. It was a meme. Still, I still I'm gonna put it out there to the internet. I don't necessarily like One Piece. That's it for me. But there's this one section within the Star Wars musical or musical composition that is just so well done. I love the Clone Wars. Clone Wars is good. Clone Wars is good. Started out as a kids show, got super dark, super quick. Maul wasn't in Order 66, I don't think. Maul against Darth Sidious. Now that was a good fight scene. But Maul didn't execute 66. It was Anakin that did. I'm not going to be able to look at it while I'm streaming. Where's to be the last man standing? When everything is done, everyone is one. So I will be the last man standing. Oh, this is a good song. I'm already digging it. Not even a full 20 seconds into it. For those of you that are curious, it's Last Man Standing by Rise Against. I'm already digging it. So much to do in Inquisition. It's ugh. Well, I finished it, so I'm confident you can. That I can do. The mission all runs out. The old is falling down. That's to be the last man standing. I'm exploring the currently the Forbidden Oasis. Ah, yeah. Man standing. Being found, to say. Oh, something to do. I let some brazier and spiral mine, and iron bull started swinging some wooden beam from the spiral. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Just out. Yes, the last man standing. Where was it and all is done? The is won. The Messiah will be the Messiah will be the last man standing. Last man standing. Turns out there's some spiders on the low level. Oh! Oh, I almost got it. Oh. I hate it when I do that. Hold on. One of the wheels came out. Oh! Oh, we're listing 15 degrees, gentlemen. Today is payday. Tomorrow is pasta and rice day. I'm spending all my money on minis. Oh, don't do that. Like, I get it. Don't do that. Like the struggle can be real sometimes. I'll get some Spore Sploda fanatics to my army. Oh, okay. Hang on. Well, I see the reason why. Oh, did I waste a good frickin'... Oh, no. Did I waste time on this? I think I did, son of a bitch. Oh, damn it. Hate setbacks. Okay, that's not it. Oh, because it's down. Gotcha. will be. Well, hang on. Now it got me thinking. What if I did 91? Michael Hecht. Well, if I do play them, I'll need some fanatics. Oh, okay. Prison ship is waiting. I wonder if I can kind of cheat this. Lola fields of Athenry. Once we watched the stars fly. Our love was on the wing. We had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely around the fields of Athenry. Prison wall, I heard a young and falling. Hi, dear. We took a walk. He did not like the fact that the fighters were flying so low. Oh yeah, he was not a happy puppers. Low, low fields that then rye where once free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely around you. Oh, yes! Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. You watched the last sun falling as the prison ship sailed out against the sky. This weekend was a nightmare. Glad it was over. Well, I'm glad you can put a bad weekend behind you. For a dream in Bonnie Bay, it's so lonely around the fields of Athenry. Okay, yeah, I can make it work. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched small free birds fly. It stinks. All right, I'll take it out. It didn't look full, so the fields of Athenry. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Had to go to the bathroom after I took out the trash. Alright. Come on. Trying to listen to music. My pain. Forever touch you. I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I don't wanna feel home right now. All I can taste is this moment, and all I can breathe is your life. And sooner or later it's over. just don't wanna miss your night. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am.
Stop.
What, dear?
Please stop.
Knowing the truth in your life, everything feels like the movies. I don't think that they'd understand. Just want you to know who I am. To see me, I don't think that they tend. When everything feels to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. Want you to know who I am. Want you to know who I am. Such a good rendition of that song. It's a really good rendition of that song.
shed no tears. Oh gods, shed no tears. And a Halifax beer, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, hey, Johnny, how's it going? Pokes head around the corner. Yeah, sorry, I've just been digging into these guardsmen. Hopefully, I can finish them, and then we can move on to the viewer projects that I really want to get done. So I've been digging into these and making sure that they're good to go. Yes, hope. Rope. Top of my lungs. eyes on his face. Runs out. Man standing. All is done. There is one. Will be the last man standing. To be the last man standing. Right. It's really design. Right. God, see the way. So I don't see the bright face. Okay. How much I will be. If you're still watching, Johnny, how have you been? Sorry, I've just been jamming, and I've had to correct something, unfortunately. No, it's hello my ragtime gal, not Valentine, ragtime gal. But it is soon to be the month of Valentine's Day, or I guess for you it's the month of Valentine's Day in Germany. All right. We are going to do. Yeah, so I ran into a small issue. So if we, and we'll talk about it real quick because I'm just trying to salvage this whole thing. This is what happens when you get a codex reissue. So in the old Imperial Guard codex, um, your standard infantry squad could take a plasma pistol and a power sword. Now, the only infantry squad that can take a plasma pistol and power sword is your um, is the Death Corps of Krieg. So basically, are that the Krieg miniatures? Yes, 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 they are. And I'm actually going to talk about it. So the Death Corps of Krieg, the sergeants or the watchmasters can take a power sword and a plasma pistol. Okay. And the reason why I like the power sword is because it's strength 4, AP minus 2, 1 damage. So I mean, yes, it has 1 less attack than someone with a chain sword, but it's a higher strength and a higher AP value. So I think I'm going to have to run my guardsmen as Krieg. Oh, that was a sonic boom. Bubba's. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Yark. Come here. Yark does not like sonic booms. Come here. But as I was saying, so uh, the Death Corps of Krieg, their sergeants can still have power weapons and plasma pistols. So I might have to run them as plasma pistols, or I might have to run them as Death Corps of Krieg. Um, because then I can also benefit from Grim Demeanor, which is each time a model makes an attack, add 1 to hit if this unit is below starting strength, add 1 to wound if the unit is below half strength. So, um, as soon as I lose 1 model, I can add 1 to hit, and so their ballistics they'll all go up to 3 ups instead of um, 4 ups. They're still 5. The difference between the Cadians is their shock troops. Basically, at the end of your command phase, a unit in range of an objective marker you control, that objective marker remains under your control. So basically, the only benefit that the Cadians get is um, it's a they can make objectives sticky. But now the problem is that um, they can't. I can't. I can't take power swords with Cadians and plasma pistols with Cadians. So I think I'm gonna have to run my Terrans as Death Corps of Krieg, which kind of sucks. I mean, I guess the good part about that is that then I can give them a medic, because basically for every 10 Death Corps, the Lost Gun can be replaced with a medipack. Um, oh, sorry, for every 10 Death Corps, they don't replace the Lost Gun. They add a medipack. So I guess I can just put medics into the unit and do it that way. And that's what I might have to end up doing. Which means I have to buy more command squads because I don't have enough medics. Son of a gun. Or what I could do is do the medic, do the Tempestus medic, and put that in there. Decisions. So yeah, basically I'm going Krieg. But then the problem is that if I go Krieg, I do not have access to the Krieg missile launchers. Because that's Cadian. Because all the Krieg have for heavy weapons is a Lost Cannon, a heavy stubber, and a heavy flamer. Oh, I don't like this. I don't want it. I don't want it. Well, okay. I think what I may have to end up doing is just making them, making the, what's it called? Because I'm trying to think of how I'm going to do this. I think what I might end up doing is just saying that all my sergeants have bolt pistols and power and chain swords, even though they're modeled with plasma guns or plasma pistols and power swords. Because I run the risk, right? So here's the issue. I run the risk of not having a Cadian command squad and a Death Corps Krieg command squad all in the same army. Did they update the army roster matrix? Let me see. Hopefully they did. Hopefully they did. Continue. Oh, they probably, let's see. Let's go to the, please push out an update. Oh, there is, looks like an update. Nope, not for the army builder. Fantastic. Son of a gun. Okay. Just trying to think of what I can feasibly do. As I am proceeding to get my teeth kicked in. We'll figure it out. We gotta figure it out. Is hypnotism real? No. Um, Not that I believe. I think it's quackery, but who knows? I just don't put stock in hypnotism, that's all. Yeah, I just, yeah. Uh, Jim, I don't exactly know why you're asking that question. I don't put stock in it. I just don't. I'm pretty sure there are some people that it's a placebo effect for their line of either therapy or whatever the case is, but I believe in my humble, non-medicated, not, or sorry, non-medical professional opinion that it's quackery. It just is. It's especially if it's quackery to make you think like a duck. I see what you did there. The big boss crumps me in dead, and I do as I says. That's hypnotism enough for me. Um, uh, my favorite pizza toppings. So I'm just curious. Why the random questions? I know you're trying to like spark conversation, but honestly, it's. I'm just curious because you're. Are you just trying to understand why, like what I like? Like I'm genuinely curious why the random questions now. Like I'll answer. I'm just curious. I want to get to know you. Oh well, I'll eat anything, but I normally go for pepperoni, sausage, and mushroom. That's all. If I was to order a pizza, that's what I put on it. In fact, eats pineapple on their pizza, I'm gonna riot. It's fine. It's it's fine. I just like sometimes when I'm painting and whatnot, you come out with questions that left field, and I got to figure out like I'm very like purpose like like the questions that are non sequitur. I gotta be kind of somewhat prepared for because then it throws me off. That's all. It's not a dig against you. It's more of a like a if you're gonna ask those kind of questions, be like, hey, this is a non sequitur question. Then I know I'm like, ah, okay, all right. I got a different question. Have you looked into Trench Crusade? I have. I think it's interesting, but um, I'm gonna say this as I've always said it before. I don't think I like the setting, mainly because so in 40K, right? Yes, 40K is a hellscape of war and desolation and there's no respite. Everything is ground down. There's nothing in the sense of um like in the sense of like um there's nothing in the sense of like quote unquote normalcy on the in 40K, but your um but the reason why I don't like Trench Crusade is so yeah, the 40K universe is terrible. It's grim dark, yada yada. Nothing good, right? There's just nothing good about 40K, right? But there within 40K, if you look at the actual like lore, there are still places that are relatively peaceful, that people can live in relative peace, uh, and uh, oh, thank you, ominous baking art. Um, but uh, another, a relative, um, what's it called? A relative like peace, right? There's like a relative peace within 40K, and I say relative like a agri world worker normally can uh normally can like live out their days on the agri world. A industrialized imperial servant on an industrialized world like Gudrun and um or like uh uh not Krieg but like Elysian, right? The Elysians, right? Or the Harkonis, right? Uh they they have a peaceful, their planet's not directly in threat of war. And so there's that ability to reflect on and have that internal conversation. Whereas in the world of Trench Crusade, the entirety of the world is almost being swallowed up by hell. It's super dark. It's super like it leans into the Abrahamic faith like really hard, which is fine. That's perfectly fine. It's a good setting, but if you were to take a step back from the actual lore, there's nothing that they're fighting for. There's not a like the forces of New Antioch don't have a peaceful existence anywhere. You know, the only thing that they're fighting for is the fact that, the only thing that they're fighting is to preserve the fact that it's hell, right? Like that's the only reason. If you look at 40K, the reason why they're fighting is because it's the warp, it's the chaos. Is survival not? Survival is something worth fighting for, but if you were, and they did a lot of interviews with World War One troops, at the end of it, they just didn't want to fight. Okay, at the end of it, they just didn't want to fight. It wasn't a matter of king and country. Hell, it wasn't even a matter of survival. Like they did an interview with a bunch of Russian Imperial Army soldiers before they had their Bolshevik Revolution, and a lot of them, when they would go over the top, or sorry, when the Germans would go over the top, they wouldn't even shoot back at them. Okay, there was plenty of recorded incidences of just non-fighting, and it happened on the Western Front too, or sorry, it happened on the Eastern Front too, with the Germans and the French and the British, where they would where people would go over the top, get decimated, and then, after, I mean, hell, that's how the Christmas truce came to be. They didn't want to fight anymore. It wasn't about preserving anything. It wasn't about survival. It wasn't about king or country or Kaiser or country or, to the man left and right of you. They were just done. So you take the world of Trench Crusade, you crank it up to 11 to where there's no hope whatsoever. There is not even a shred of hope of restoring normalcy. Like in 40K, they say in the grim darkness of the far future there is only war, and that's true, but a lot of Imperial Guard regiments fight for the hope that they can restore the Imperium. There is the quote-unquote after party, as it were, if they were to achieve total victory. Whereas in Trench Crusade, because it's so new, I don't think they fleshed that out. And I think in my personal opinion, I think that's where they screwed up. They went so hard in the paint with the grim dark, and like, oh, we're cloning our Savior, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and literally carving pieces off of the clones of our Savior. And it's that kind of like, ugh, oh my Lord, that kind of fanaticism that's crazy. Um, and like I'm like, oh, oof. What exactly is restoring the Imperium to you? Restoring a fascist regime? No, I think restoring it. Okay, if Trench Crusade is grim dark meme board on Reddit, I mean, you're not wrong. It certainly feels like that sometimes. Um, I think so. I think the way that Gilliman is wanting to restore the Imperium to like the Great Crusade Imperium, to where it's like the Imperial Truth Imperium. That I think is about as close as it gets to like the Noble Bright or that High Hope. No, the Imperium very much is a fascist. It is a fascist regime wrapped in religious dogma. It, you can be fascist and have and it be theocratic and monarchical. Okay, because again, fascism is basically running of the state. Um, so um, it's basically the state co-opting everything, private industry, everything. Um, it's not all a monarchy. It's not. It's not. Uh, The reason why it's not a monarchy is because it has the Senatorum Imperialis, and the Senatorum Imperialis is a they actually vote. The houses are a monarchy. Many worlds look like ours. Yeah, but again, the Senatorum Imperialis is on Terra, and they vote. But the problem is that again, it's a fascist dictatorship, because um, the 12 High Lords of Terra are uh, have a lot of sway. The only thing that prevents it from sliding, even GW tells us it's a monarchy. Well, GW also tells us that it's fascists too. So, I mean, you're you're wrong on that. But yeah, the corruption is needs to be rooted out too. The Adeptus Minotarum is too corrupt. Yeah, yeah. Like the Imperium with all of its faults. Um, the Imperium with all of its faults is a um, is no better than the World and Trench Crusade. What I am saying is that within the World of Trench Crusade there is, or sorry, within the world of the Imperium there is a small sliver of hope. Um, Jim, you know the definition. Just look it up. Oh well, Ominous wrote it right there. Jim, I'm gonna let you know that she just quoted the exact. She just quoted the exact uh, uh, definition. Like, okay, you can respectfully disagree. You will not call her names. Okay. Uh, Things are getting out of hand. Can we stay on the topic? Yeah. So the point I was trying to get at is the point I was trying to get at is I think that I think that is what's kind of missing in Trench Crusade is that glimmer of hope within uh, I think that's where I think that's where um, I would I think that's where the glimmer of hope um, is no, I'm not thinking that Trench Crusade is worth saving. I'm thinking 40K has that glimmer of hope. I think that's what Trench Crusade is missing. I think that's what Trench Crusade is missing. That um, yeah, I think Jim, I think you're jumping to conclusions, my guy. You need to settle and let me finish my thoughts. Um, so what I am no, he he was making a point of okay, Jim, I'm going to put you in timeout. You need to be respectful for everybody here. Do you understand? You can either apologize or I'll put you in timeout. I, nope, nope. I'm not going to allow you to hide behind uh, something that you deal with. Okay. You can apologize and say that you're wrong for name calling and all that, or you can go in timeout and that's it. You can make amends and actually be contrite, or you can go in timeout. That's simple as that. Okay, then take a break. Then take a break. I strongly recommend that you take a break. Okay? Like I I understand that maybe you may be overwhelmed. I'm going to give you the grace of understanding that you might be overwhelmed. But that is no need to name call people, to insult people, to stir trouble. Be polite, be respectful. That is the rules. That is the rules within the Discord. That is the rules within my stream. We can have honest debate and conversation, but you do not get to insult or denigrate people. I will not tolerate that. So, you can apologize. I expect you to apologize. If you don't, this is your first warning. I will take action. I am not above taking action. Subscriber be damned, follower be damned. I have standards. If you I don't have the it I understand. Yep, I understand that you have your boundaries. Anyways, the topic at hand. Love you, Commissar. You're amazing. Well, thank you. Look, I understand that people when they debate certain topics, it can get emotionally charged. Do you feel that Trench Crusade is too far gone? Yes, that's what I believe. I believe it's too far gone. I believe it has. Um, I believe that it has the ability to be great. I think that it's too far gone as of right now. I think they need to dial it back a little bit. Oh, that's lovely. Are you going to post it in the Discord? Please do. Sig, if you're not a part of the Discord, you should. I appreciate it greatly, though. Oh, here, join the Discord. And please, and when we see it, well, I'll definitely,
Well, we should make that happen. I can't believe we have a resident artist. That's lovely. I appreciate it. It'll always be. Oh well, lovely. Ah, well, that's very lovely. Okay, let's get back to painting. But yeah, as far as Trench Crusade goes, I think it's too far gone, and I think them wanting to lean into grimdark, they went too far into basically grim silly. Like it's too far gone, and plus, like that's the other. Uh, oh, honey, did I wake you? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry, I accidentally well kept my wife up. She was trying to rest. Um, my bad. I got to remember my voice is very loud. I'm trying to whisper. Um, but anyway, as I was saying, uh, I think that Trench Crusade leaned too far into the grimdark to try and separate itself from 40k and uh, became like too destructive. Because the thing about a like good versus evil is you want to have degrees of separation, or quote unquote good versus evil. You want to have degrees of separation. Even if you want to have factions that are ambiguous, that like there's no good guys in 40k, right? Um, uh, Even if you have a setting like that where there's no good guys, you have to have degrees of separation between the factions. And to me, it felt like, asides the religious iconography, there wasn't really much a degree of separation between the factions. You know, the you had more human elements to the powers of New Antioch and the forces of the church, but a lot of their specialized units were warped and twisted just as much as the Trench Crusade units were. And that's what I think. Um, I think that's where I was like, okay, well, there's no degree of difference between them. They're each broken in their own twisted, malevolent way that they've come almost full circle. You know what I mean? I think that's where I come in. You mentioned Berserk. Even Berserk had moments of peace and tranquility and hope. So, yeah, the guy was fighting demons every single episode, or every single like manga edition. But um, in my mind, that's where I think the difference between Trench Crusade and 40k are. Like 40k, there's the glimmer of hope that maybe Rabute Gilliman pulls this off. Maybe there's a brighter future for the Imperium. Maybe it's not as shit as it is right now. Trench Crusade, it's like the entirety of the world has gone to hell. Now we're just fighting over the ashes, and there's that.
I think it needs a little bit more time to cook. So far, the average life in the Iron Sultanate is pretty. Well, yeah, and that's what like. And I think really that's about it. Like that's all that there is. Like us outside of the Iron Sultanate. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, um, yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? Like you're just like, oh, I don't know. Um, but even the Iron Sultanate does like crazy weird things. That's like because they use alchemy and sciences and all that stuff. I knew there was a visual vibe that reminded me of something. Uh, like they briefly mentioned that the Americas were never colonized. Well, yeah, but I think even in the lore of Trench Crusade, uh, there's demons in the Americas as well. So it'd be really dope for them to have like the Iroquois nation. Oh no, it'd be really dope if they added that. But that's the other issue is that um, I think in the lore they said that the demons were in the New World as well. So it's not like there's like a home base for like the quote unquote good guys, right? To basically be like, oh, let's rest our wounds and all that stuff. Um, but again, 100% totally like I think Trench Crusade needs to cook a little bit more. I think they leaned too far into the grim dark. I think they need to pull back on the reins, and I think they need to while they wanted to separate themselves from 40K, I think they made the mistake of going too far grim dark that it just became absurdist to the point of like, well, why would I like why am I interested in this kind of a deal? Like, don't get me wrong, they have amazing, willing to accept that it isn't for everyone. I don't know how much they should change it. I'm not saying that they need to change it. I'm just saying that um, I think they went too far to try and separate themselves from 40K, which is fine, because that was like their goal. Now that they're separated themselves from 40K to the point of absurdity, now I think they could walk it back a little bit. Um, keep some of the aesthetic, but walk it back a little bit. In my opinion, you can walk it back a little bit and still have value to the game and enjoy the game for what it is. Ironically, given the ecclesiarchy, I don't think they've gone that far. No, I don't think the ecclesiarchy has gone that far. They're very similar. They just use the Emperor's Gene Seed to make Metachrist clones for their super soldiers. No, but what I'm saying is that like, okay, there's a level of like, even the ecclesiarchy, um, wouldn't necessarily be torturing the sons of the emperor, right? Right? I mean, there are certain factions that do, right? The Inquisition doesn't like the space wolves and all that stuff, but they're not like out and out conducting torture for their abilities, spells, and all that stuff to fight demons with, right? Um, even chapters that are more, oh, I want to build a new army. Even chapters that are more religious, the pain that they inflict is solely on themselves. It's not through outside factions. That's what I'm saying. Respectfully, what are the repentia or the penitent engines? So, and this is where you and I can argue this. The repentia are members of the sisters that created that either dishonored themselves. I want to make Talleyrand, but €100 for miniatures are heavy. Yeah, no kidding. I will point out that the exorcists force possession their recruits to test suitability. But again, that's their faction, right? That's their chapter. Their chapter does that. It's not forced by the ecclesiarchy. It's not forced by the Inquisition. Their chapter does that. Then I think about painting some fallen. I should use Primaris or normal size. Dark Angels. It would be normal size. They're all the fallen are all for firstborn. Right? Not all of New Antioch does that. So yes and no. Because there's again, and this is why I said I think Trench Crusade needs a little bit more time to cook before I can kind of get into it, because it's super metal, it's super brutal. I'm not going to say that it isn't, right? Not going to say. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, it's perfectly fine. It's whatever. No, it's super fucking brutal. Um, I just think that it needs more time to cook. You know, yeah, I just think it needs more time to cook. I really do. Um, as far as your question about the repentia and the penitent engines, the people that are in the penitent engines are people who submitted to the ecclesiarchy, and it's their punishment by the ecclesiastical law. The repentia are sisters that have dishonored themselves in some way, shape, or form, whether in deed, act, or thought. Um, but they have submitted themselves. Right? There's a level of I think I think that's okay. I think my only real argument was I don't think that the Imperium and New Antioch are that far removed. Um, I think they are because of who's in charge, right? I think before Gilliman, I would agree with you a little bit more, but now that Gilliman's around, and now that the other and now that the other Primarchs are coming back, the other Loyalist Primarchs are coming back, I think the Imperium will be different than New Antioch in the end. I think they will. I think the Imperium will be different than New Antioch because you got to remember both the Lion and Gilliman are staunch worshippers of the Imperial, are not worshippers, are staunch advocates of the Imperial truth. They don't believe in the Imperial Creed. They don't believe that the Emperor is holy. I think about the support, the Hecht, maybe Imperial agents, Horus Heresy Marines, playable in 40k. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I keep on forgetting Bobby and his brothers are coming back. I've been playing since the 90s. Well, how you keep forget? I mean, I guess if you don't think on it on a daily basis, um, but I've been playing since the 2000s, right? Since 2001, 2002, and or sorry, 2002, 2003. I I know that Gilliman's back, and that's why I think Trench Crusade and the Imperium are going to be different. They're going to be different. Bobby just feels perpetually new to me, even though he's been around. He's been around for almost 10 years now. He came back in, I think, '08. No, no, in 18. I want to say he came back in 18. Gilliman 40K release. Yeah, January 2018. Um, yeah, so he's almost 10 years old now in the 40K setting. And the Lion, I want to say came back in 2012? Or not 2012, 2020, sorry. That's what I meant. I got scared that the Trench Crusade hype bubble popped and it got disappointed. I basically stopped playing Warhammer before he came back. By the time I got started, he was already back. That's why 2012 was when I joined. I got out last year. Okay, all right. Joined the military, you mean? Um, yeah, the Navy. Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, so in in my in my mind, I think it's not even released and all the talk about them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're up to what now? So we're up to Gilliman and the Lion as loyalists, and then Angron, Magnus, Fulgrim, um, and then Mortarion. Those are the three. Or sorry, those are the big four. Um, when are we due for another loyalist? There's a lot of speculation that the Wolf time has come. I'm personally not a fan that they're changing the Imperium into a force for hope. Uh, it loses a lot of the satire. I mean, so it's not that the Imperium. Oh yeah, I forgot Morty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna say this. It's not that the Imperium is turning into a force for hope. I am saying that the Imperium has the ability to be a force for hope. Okay, it could still be even with the Primarchs returning, right? Even with the Loyalist Primarchs returning, it could still be the most shittiest place to live in, right? Could be the worst. It's like a perpetual motion machine, right? Gilliman and the Lion and whoever other Loyalist Primarch might not be able to come back and break it. Um, uh, might not be able to break like what the Imperium has turned or metastasized into. Um, what I am saying is the reason why I don't dig with Trench Crusade, and I think we'll end it here on that conversation is because there is no avenue for hope in the current state of Trench Crusade as it is. Whereas 40K, there's just like this glimmer. There's just this little whisper of hope because the Primarchs are coming back. I think the shift in the 40K lore is that they've started to spotlight that despite the crushing grimdark, there are sparks within the darkness that aspire to be better. Yeah, 100%. 100%. We could talk about the potential all day, but until it actually happens, I'll remain skeptical. So the only thing that I'll like future project when it comes to 40K and the Primarchs is if they're turning it into the Horus Heresy Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's the only thing I'm thinking of. They're changing it from Grim Dark to Noble Dark. Yes and no. Because remember, there's other facets of 40K that are still Grimdark, that are good Grimdark, that are solid Grimdark. Um, I mean, you look at the lineup of 40K horror audiobooks and other books that you can read, um, and and it's really good Grimdark. It's really good like other issue, right? And yes, that does undermine the original satirical. It feels like it's drawing on previous art like Judge Dredd or similar, and that's my issue. Oh, that's fine. You can have that issue. I'm not discounting what you're saying. That is a perfectly fine and perfectly honorable or perfectly valid way of feeling, right? Is that you've loved this franchise. It was this very grim dark, like no hope, blah 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 style um, of source material, and now they're with things that are being added. It's changing, but that's again where when you're dealing with Games Workshop is trying very, 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 very hard to move the story forward. The problem is that I want to be clear. I'm not criticizing you or your feelings on it. No, 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 no. I didn't take it as that. I didn't take it as that. Thank you, though. The problem with I think Games Workshop trying to move the story is they're introducing all these new pieces and not moving the story, but they want to move the story because they don't want to have what happened in the late 90s too early to basically up until 2018 where the story stagnated. You know, they don't want the story to stagnate for another almost 30 years. Um, that's what they're worried about. And as they're bringing all these new pieces, I fear that they haven't focused on the story enough to when they bring these pieces in, it doesn't feel disruptive. Okay, and that's something that Trench Crusade should learn from. They should learn from 40K that when they bring new elements into Trench Crusade and they expand the story, that it shouldn't be disruptive. I do note that even with moving the story forwards, putting crumbs of hope into their plot arcs, it almost invariably falls apart because they usually fall apart because someone is doing things the way they think they should. Oh no, facts. I mean, if you look at the entire Horus Heresy, there were times where the Emperor could have stopped the heresy right then and there, and he didn't. Um, there were times that the Loyalists could have stopped the heresy right then and there, and they didn't. There were times that Horus could have succeeded right then and there, and he didn't. You know, um, and it's all because um, people are doing things the way they think they should be done. That is, I don't want to hear another Horus Heresy 2 Electric Boogaloo either. Space Marines are my least favorite part. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's unfortunately what we're heading for If I was to look into the tea leaves and make a prediction, I think that's what we're heading for with all the Primarchs coming back. I like how Eldrad's Awakening the Elder God of the Dead mucked up because the Deathwatch kill team showed up even though they thought he was a threat to the Imperium. Yeah, well, Space Marines are my least favorite part. I totally get it. I totally get it. Like, not everyone likes Space Marines. Not everyone likes the Imperium. People like the alien factions. They don't want to get sidelined again. You know, and I feel, I really feel for the Xenos players. I really feel for the Xenos players because Space Marines just take the oxygen out of the room for a lot of factions. They really do. And I understand why they take the air out of the room for a lot of factions. Um, it's because Space Marines sell um, movies, or not movies, but models. Commissar, I think I'm not making any bets until I see what's in the next of the third of Abnett's Beckwin trilogy. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. And Space Marines do that every time in both factions. Well, yeah. If it's Chaos Space Marines, they suck the oxygen out. If it's regular Marines, they suck the oxygen out. And I really do feel bad for Xenos players. Um, Now, do I think Xeno players do have their time in the sun? Yes. Whenever there's a new edition, and the flavor of the wheat or the flavor of that edition is the Tyranids, or the flavor of that edition is the Necrons, I do think they have their day in the sun. Um, but there's, and I think this is where GW is really starting to struggle. Is there's so many storylines that are unresolved that they will never resolve because there's too many storylines, right? You have, and ultimately, it's to their benefit that they don't move the story, even though that's what hurt the franchise for 20 plus years back in the 90s and the 2000s, is that the story never moved. Cadia always was resisting. The 13th Black Crusade was always going on. And now that they want to move the story, all these amazing, amazing storylines are are left to the wayside, like the whole Yanari Eldar faction, where it's Yvrain and Yanid and the Yanari, where it's Dark Eldar Harlequins and regular Ardari and Exodites putting aside their differences and fighting to resurrect their old god. That's kind of cool. I wish that was happening. Um, the orcs under Gazkul, uh, you know, where are they fighting and all that stuff? You know what? Even Admech's own books, The Space Marines Suck Up the Air. It's like a brand of new Space Marine beats a Tex priest who specializes in hand-to-hand combat and duel because they had the spirit of a warrior. Yeah, well, as a manager of my local GW, who is an old college buddy of mine, told me, Space Marines outsell every other faction in the store combined. They're not going anywhere. No, 100%. Their true special ability is Mary Sue armor. No, and look, I'm not stupid. I am not dumb when it comes to Games Workshop as a company. And the fact that they just want to sell models. The problem that I see is that Games Workshop wants to have their cake and eat it too. And, or in my case, have their cake and fuck it too. Um, and the problem is, um, the problem with wanting that ability, right, to print models and move the storyline is that some factions are just going to disappear. They just are. And that's and that's unfortunate. Insert Anakin meme. I hate them. Yeah, and that's unfortunate. Is that there's going to be an incident of Just of them uh, forgetting storylines, forgetting plot lines. I mean, hell, they forgot an entire faction until just recently. I'm renowned in my server for disliking Space Marines. I recognize that they move units. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. And like I said, I think with 40, GW is a company that suffers from the contradiction of polls. We want to be a profitable company, and we want to tell an interesting and compelling story. The creatives never can compete with that battle. They're needed to keep the lights on. Yeah, 100% they're needed to keep the lights on. They're needed to keep the lights on. Space Marines are needed to keep the lights on. And and GW will always have that fight of we want to make more money, but we want to tell a story. And Johnny's right. You know, if they want to make more money, but they want to tell a story. Um, you know, uh, 9 times out of 10, and I'll be generous, maybe 7 times out of 10, the making the money beats out telling the story, unless the telling the story merges with making the money, and I don't think that that's going to happen. Space Marines walk so that ranges refresh of Eldari can run. Yeah, and that's another thing. I mean, we've literally okay. A perfect example of Games Workshop, right? A perfect example of Games Workshop ignoring a faction is we just had the premium guard box show up with new models for the Death Corps of Krieg, right? Look at Astra Militarum right now and tell me with a with a face, tell me with a dead face, a dead expression, that those Catachan plastics are current with the times. Go ahead and tell me directly into my face that those Catachan, there's a man's face that's melting. All right. Truthfully, they've been slowly refreshing old product lines, introducing things that have been in the lore for ages but never in the game. Lol, AdMake has always been my honorary zero at all my groups. You're talking to the guy that was first in line to pick up launch of one of everything when the bundle AdMech come up. And I said slowly refreshing. I'm. That's why I'm saying I think that's my critique of GW. If I had a critique of GW, is that they want to push a story and they want to push models. The problem is that can I post a link? I think I mean I can post it. You can post it in the Discord, but you won't be able to post it in the in the Twitch feed. They just refreshed Warp Spiders. Good. They needed to. It's in memes. Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like Ooh. Father, do you still love me? Be strong. That's my boy. Here, I'll put that out there. I love that idiot. He's so ugly. He's. I suspect the Catachans will probably be in the 11th edition guard poster kids. I mean, I hope so. It'd be nice to have some. It would really actually. What would really be nice is to actually have some more variety of guard, not just Catachan, Krieg, and Cadians. You know, it would nice to actually be able to make a generic guard list. You know that honestly, if you haven't if you haven't heard my rant about 40K and the guard, um, I don't mind this book. What I do have an issue with is that there's no generic way of building a generic list, a generic guard list that doesn't follow Cadian, Catachan, Krieg. I want there to be like not necessarily a vanilla list, but a way that you can build your own regiment. That's my biggest bitch and gripe about this particular edition of the Guard. All right, let's get back to it. Detachments, for all I think, are great. There are sometimes not great for stock factionless. No, yeah, and that's the thing about detachments is that like again, I don't have any. I know the feeling. The AdMech finally got there's a stock faction list after Codex for years. After a year of a Codex. No, and that's what I'm saying is that like I think that there should be in every Codex cuz it I think in every Codex there should be like this is like rules that you can kind of mix and match. It'd be like third edition card, where you can mix and match doctrines and mix and match bonuses and mix and match all that stuff, and you can make a faction that's specifically yours. You know, and then you just apply that to other armies, and I think people would enjoy that better. I really do. All right, I'm gonna go get some water. GW has an issue with the kind of faction rules with that kind of faction rules development because there's so many recent editions have been about meta chasing competitive that it's almost always um, There's always a better faction than vanilla. Not currently. Bobby G's detachment is top tier. I was about to say that's vanilla as heck. But what I'm saying is that every faction should have, and this is my take on this. Every faction should have a vanilla. Um, every faction should have a vanilla rule set that is just as competitive as any of the other detachments, right? That's what I'm saying. That would prevent the whole meta chasing stuff. But anyway, let me go get some water. Sorry. Ooh, Inquid 28. Yeah. That's some old and ancient lore there, Johnny. Hit him with that good stuff. That's some ancient lore there, Johnny. Ink 28. Yeah. Whew. The original tagline was "A battle for the Emperor's soul." Yep. Yes, it was. silver here. Silver there. Okay. All right. Oh man, are we actually going to be able to put stuff together tonight? That'd be amazing. So we are going to film. We are going to be painting tonight as well. We're going to be doing a double build painting tonight. And then Saturday, there's not going to be any filming except for movie night. Community movie night. Also, Saturday will be tax day because I got to do the taxes. Did you answer the questions when you came on board? Oh. Is there a reason? Sorry. Is there a reason why my recording is not locked? I have it not locked for a reason. Anyone who is in my Discord, they have complete faith and trust that they are going to behave themselves. If they wish to come into recording, they just need to they just need to kind of gain my trust. If anyone does come into recording, make a fool out of themselves while I'm recording, I will literally just mute them and kick them out of the server. Right? Like, that's very brave of you. It is, but it is. Like it is, but it isn't. I am taking a risk. But at the same time, I am only I curate the channel. Um, and I am very, very, very select on who comes in. So if you happen to be watching the stream and you do support what I do, aren't you worried about? Oh, there is the tea. Hold on. The Commissar believes in trust in people but take no shit. Yeah, no, exactly. Um, do I worry about parasocial relationships developing? No, no, because I have boundaries, and I believe that everyone within the Discord has boundaries. Um, if anyone was to violate those boundaries, again, it would be handled very swiftly, very swiftly. Um, uh, I mean, it's in the rules. Hold on, let me just double check. I mean, it's in the rules and regulations. Um, you know, when you join the server, when will you start with the old world? I would love to start with the old world. I would love to start with the old world. Um, Well, I'm certainly not one to criticize the system that seems to be working for you, but I know my bud Walter's workshop worries about it. Do I worry about it? Yes. Um, I'll tell you the moment something happens catastrophic, I'm going to be locking it down, and I hope it doesn't because again, I want to trust people. I I firmly believe that people can and normally are inherently good, right? That people believe in social graces and social norms and understand that there is a contract whenever you introduce yourself to different people, right? Whenever you believe in um, different people, right? That's and maybe I am way, way, way too naive. Um, and maybe I am way too naive. So I don't know. Maybe I'm too naive and I can't, you know, and I shouldn't be as trusting, right? But I believe that people can be and are genuinely good and decent people. I generally hope no one ends breaking that trust with you. I mean, it's not just me; it's the community. My community, it's refreshing. It's not just me; it's the community. My community is, um, maybe you are, Mr. Hecht, but if you need a player, I would buy a box. No, no, no. I would love to start the old world. I just have way too much to do. Like you should see my pile of opportunity, not pile of shame, pile of opportunity, and it's a lot. Hell, I have a whole bunch of fantasy army stuff that I need to do. Um, so also try, I also try to be a goody good man. No, 100%. At least they try. I also try to be. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I really do. But that's what I'm saying. Like I truly wish to believe. Which old world army? Empire. I collect Empire of Man. Karl Franz is my homeboy. He is prince and emperor. Ah, as someone with a pile of opportunity that stretches back to the 80s. Yeah. I would go with Chaos Warriors, I guess. Chaos Warriors of Chaos is fine. I think the faction's got some decent designs. But yeah, for me, I believe that people are genuine. I simp for the Franz as well, but I'm a man of the mountains. Kazar Ankor can count on me to stand in their shield wall. Um, but yeah, I believe people are genuinely good, and it will take. Unfortunately, I think it will take someone violating my trust in order for me to change something that I fundamentally believe in. I really do. I fucking love the dwarves. All right, I'm gonna go get my tea real quick. I'll be right back. There we go. I muted myself by accident. I was talking to you guys and I muted myself through the kitchen. I screwed up the tea a little bit, but I got it fixed. How was that not blocked? But idiot is. I'm so confused. It did block that time. Yeah, my auto moderator sometimes does that. Okay. There we go. I don't want to put my phone somewhere where it's going to get paint on it. There we go. There we go. Put it right over there. Automata is some real contentious piece of work. So we don't have to send the tea crime. I almost spilled the entire cup. I managed to catch it. I thought I had a handle on it. I managed to catch it as it was falling, and only like two or three like little droplets fell from the cup. I was like, oh my god. I had to steady myself for a little bit. Where did I get this mug? I got this mug from Warhammer World. So when I was stationed in RAF Lakenheath, I got the mug from Bugman's when my wife and I would visit. This is a Bugman's mug, and I have two Bugman's leather tankards. Very jealous. This is like the perfect. I mean, I wish it was a little bigger, right? I wish it was a little wider. But this is like a really good tea mug. This is a really good tea mug. You put two tea bags of black tea in here, a little bit of sugar, and a little bit of milk, and it's just perfect. And it keeps if it's really cold outside, it keeps the warmth. The clay keeps the warmth. And tell you what, Johnny. Uh, tell you what, Johnny. When I retire, after the retirement party that you're going to be DJing, by the way, I'm still very serious about that. You and I can take a quick, like, 2 week sojourn to England, and we can enjoy Warhammer World. Oh shit! When do you retire? I have about 4 years left, and then I fully retire. And for those of you that don't know, speaking about if for people who are afraid of like a parasocial relationship, like with the chat or anything, um, Godspeed, landlubber. Um, John and I have been friends for quite a very long time. Like, he knew me way before I started streaming. He knew me before I even joined the Air Force. He knew me when I was a cosplayer. And I knew him as a very competent and well played. In the middle of painting, so I can't hang out but keep up the progress. Well, I appreciate that. So there ain't nothing parasocial about good old Johnny Zed and me. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people within the community know me off stream, um, through some way, shape, or form. there are new people within the community that do know me only strictly through streaming, but a majority of them have known me previously, whether through work or through cosplays, whatever the case is. I should probably get to work on a valid passport again then. Well, no pressure. I just, that's probably one of my many, many, many retirement gifts to myself I am planning on doing. Going back to Japan would be one of them. Going to Warhammer World with a bunch of friends would be another. Finally settling down and getting a house. A proper house. Not that I have a couple of reasons to go to the UK. Not that I actually mind military housing. Um, it's definitely got its flaws. But, I'd like to be able to have the space I want and not play the Olympics of fitting 2,000 square feet into a 15,000 foot square house. Or fitting 2,000 square feet of stuff into a 15,000 foot square house. It was it was so long ago. It was far away. It was so much better than it is today. Do you know what would be good? A Vespid army. It really would be good if they made. So that's another thing I wish that they would do. I wish they would make full army factions for the Tau. I wish they would make Vespid. I wish they would make Kroot. Well, they have made Kroot, but like standalone Kroot stuff. Oh man, that'd be kind of solid, and people would buy it. You wouldn't even have to make a. I miss the Guavesa stuff. I want them. Yeah, you wouldn't even have to make a brand new codex. It would just be Tau, and you would just have all the factions in it. Human auxiliaries. Yeah. Okay. I need to sing. So, I do apologize if I sound like a tone deaf goose, but I need to sing so I can kind of motivate myself to continue painting. They have giant psychic polar bears. Do they really? It's what helps them do their tiny warp jumps. Ah. Or the Dimmerg Brotherhood, but they're the squats. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Something I've forgotten. Always in the way. Honestly, I wish they'd make something for Imperial Agents Codex for both Chaos, Xenos metafactions, minor races, mercenary forces, stuff like that, which you could bring things to present lore on the tabletop. Oh, yeah! Yeah, I wish they could do that. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Just like not full Flash Gitch Blood Axes could be mercenaries. Yeah, and well, you could do Dogs of War faction. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, no, 100%. I would love to do the Emperor's Greenest, which is a bunch of orcs that worship the Emperor. They think that the Emperor is like the third orc god because, Gork and Mork and the Emperor, they always fight. They're down for a fight. Or the Jakaro army is always funny. Yeah, it doesn't like have to be like a full faction. It could just be like 2 or 3 squads that you can throw into your army and just have like a Dogs of War codex. Like, hey, this is how this plays if you put it into this faction. You've seen those illustrations showing exactly that. Yeah, I have. I have. We actually posted in the memes Blood Pact mercenaries and what the heck those lizard mercenaries are. And the Gonsko. Oh, the Luxotl. Yeah, the Luxotl lizard mercenaries. Thank you, Luxotl. Face. It's just a bunch of monkeys. Yeah. For the Jakaro. I would love to see that. But yeah, I would love to see like a Dogs of War codex where it has like, I don't know, 7 to 10 entries. Not every faction could make the cut, but well, maybe like 11 entries. I doubt GW would ever do that. They're having difficulty balancing mono factions, introducing steps that multiple armies could take. The points balancing, yeah, they're never going to do that. No, I think to make it even is that they would be like, this is the points cost for this unit, regardless of faction, and you have to pay that in order for you to use it. And I think that's how it would be as close to balance as possible. Would some things be broken? Absolutely, but at the end of the day, as long as they're trying it, and it would get people to play factions that they would normally not play before. And what it would do, Sergeant Schaefer's last chancers would make a dream come true. You might see that stuff show up in like Kill Team. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, and what I am saying is that um, you can make a single faction or something like Blackstone. You can make that a single faction list and be like, you can add this. And what they could do is then, instead of focusing on the war gear, they focus on the abilities of that unit instead of the war gear of that unit. Give them generic guns or rifles or pistols or whatever, but then you have their abilities matter, not the actual thing. Zotes, Men of Iron. Oh well, yeah. Men of Iron are they're back and walking around. Yeah, I have my Blackstone Fortress Zote. They even had 9th edition rules for him. Same, I'd have a full set. Honestly, a really fun game. fire to you. I can do every shin off one's out. Battlefield is already now. So there has to be the last man standing. And ever said and all is done. Everyone is one. Promise you will be the last man standing. Voice of an angel. I don't think I sing that well. I really don't. But I appreciate the compliment. Destroy. I'm giving. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Be the sorry. The leadership chat is going abuzz, so I had to read those things. Thankfully, Cubicle 7's been doing a good job with their releases. I'm fine with kit bashing. Love it even. Oh, okay, cool. To a Grat kill team. All right, silver, 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 silver. Okay, this is done. Now the only thing I need to do is the hands. Okay, that needs silver. That needs silver. That needs silver. That needs silver. Okay. Are you painting on the sprue? Yes, I am. It helps me keep track and allows me to rotate and manipulate a little bit better. I know a lot of people have issues with that, but there we go. He is, we accept this despite his sins. It's because I can easily manipulate and get those hard to reach and make sure that every bit of the model is painted. Hold on, folks. I'm going to fix this camera real quick. There we go. There we go. Much better. There was like a glare that I needed to fix. It was almost like a lens flare. That was the best view ever. Your wife is very lucky. I do get annoyed having to clean it up and clipping it off sprue after I painted it. Yeah, we give you crap about it, but it's to each their own. At the end of the day, it's whatever you get the job done that works for you. Don't get me wrong. I do understand the willingness to like paint and then having to clip and then redo everything. But I want to make sure that I'm not missing stuff on the details. And plus, when I kind of do a mix, right? I'll put together this, right? I'll put together the legs and torsos. Okay, when it comes to painting and prime and paint that way. But then when it comes to like the finer details like the rifles or the heads, I want them off the model because I don't want to screw it up and get more paint or dirty or like more stuff. Here, if it actually will zoom in. Come on, zoom in, you piece of crap. There, like paint and screw it up that way. Like I don't want that. So it's harder for me to fix mold lines if it's not off the sprue. Again, to each their own, right? I am not perfect. I merely I'm not I really don't worry about mold lines. Like I know I've caused another sin, but I really don't worry about mold lines. Like I'm not that good of a painter to worry about mold lines. I just am not. Um but yeah. So it's just there's not I am getting emotion. I am getting emotes. I am getting emotes. Well, there's a heartbreak one and a heresy one. Those ones are there. I change my mind. Not enough pain, too much finality. Anyways, I'm off to work. I just got off work. Time to head home. Good talking, boss. Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'm glad. I'm glad you found my channel and whatnot. I've had a hobby drought. I think I'm going to try to get something, at least something done tonight. Well, I'm going to be filming tonight too, so you can join me and we can we can we can talk about it. You can hear me sing because I really want to sing. But yeah, yeah, just join me later on tonight. I'm almost done with all the silver, thank God, and then I will speed assembly all this stuff. It takes me hell or high water. It's been giving me the urge. Well, urge away, my guy.
Sorry, I'm just checking stuff on the chats. All right. I don't know what new army I should start. Well, what's it called? What's like the goal that you want? Like, do you have an army in your head that you're kind of like leaning towards or whatnot, Hairstone? Like, what's on your workbench? Start there. Like, if you got something lined up on your workbench, start there. Oh, hi, Yarick. Oh, I guess we'll give some pupper cam. Yarick. Oh. New armies are always a hard choice. So many choices, so many new shiny things. Yep. Pupper cam. Yarick. Soulway Studio. Oh my god. 47 Raiders? Holy Terra. Welcome, everybody. No fucking way. 67 viewers. Oh my god. Okay, well, hello everyone. My name is Commissar Hecht. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much, Soulway Studios, for the raid. I am a active duty military personnel, United States military personnel, Air Force, and I paint Warhammer models and all that stuff. Um, uh, I do. I love D&D and all that stuff, and whatever, and Warhammer and tabletop wargaming and strategy wargaming. Oh, Yark, you can't be under the table. I know. Holy crap! All these recent people recently came across Studio 7J who rated us. Well, I am honored. I really am. Um, Holy crap, guys! Thank you. Uh, so if you guys are interested, you can ask me anything. This can be, I guess, this is an Ask Me Anything channel, or portion of it. But I am painting and whatnot.
Holy mackerel. Commissar's a bit overcome by the love. I really am. I really am. Oh, Yark, buddy. I know. The fighters are bothering your ears. The fighters are bothering your ears. Holy crap, dude. Sit. I got and Bubba. Hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the follow. Holy crap. So, yeah, you guys can talk to me about whatever. The Busy Builder. Thank you very much for following. 2W71 is here. Oh, thank you very much. So what do you guys like? Are you? How many of you know Warhammer? I can talk about that. While Yarrick is like sitting into my is underneath the table. He really does not like fighters. Aircraft weapon. You know, I am familiar with weapon. I'm 3PO X1. I'm a. It's okay. I'm security forces by trade. That's my AFSC. What do you do in the Air Force? RAF mechanic, UK RAF mechanic here. Well, I was actually at RAF Lakenheath. Um, I know Warhammer 40k, Black Templar, and Death Guard working on a NIDS army. So yeah, I today Commissar is working on getting his guard up to date for the new codex. Been pretty chatting everything and anything, keeping his dog Yarrick company. Yeah, Yarrick's my German Shepherd. He's underneath the. Here, let's try and. Whoop! There he is. There's Yarrick. He doesn't like the fighters when they fly over. They hurt his ears. But yeah, I play Imperial Guard. I've been playing. Oh, Bubba's. I've been playing. He's gorgeous. Here. I've been playing 40k since 2002, 2003. And I've been playing Imperial Guard ever since then. That was my first army. I've collected Sisters of Battle. I have Dark Angels. I have Chaos that I haven't built yet. I have Chaos faction I haven't built yet, and that was from the Dark Vengeance box. I have some Dark Eldar, Drukhari. I got Orcs. I have some Eldar kicking around somewhere, and I got Admech that are still in the boxes. And then I've got the new Sisters of Battle and some new Space Marines, and I've got the Tyranid and the Necrons from the Indomitus and Leviathan box set. So I've got a smattering of everything, but I'm updating my 20-year-old Guard army because that's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, I'm military police. I'm Air Force Security Forces military police eyeglass. You got a lot of work ahead of you. Yeah. By the way, for those of you that are curious about what the ticker is up there, thank you, Matt Mason, for the follow. It is the UNHCR's. Oh, buddy, I know. The fighters are not your friend right now. I know. The Thunderbirds are practicing for their demonstrations, and they train at Edwards. Nice to see some old school blacklids. Oh, I've got plenty of those. I've got quite a few. Anyway, what was I going to say? So I raise money for charity, right? I've been in the Air Force for 16 years. The Air Force pays for my bills, but I raise money for charity. Right now, I'm raising for the UNHCR, which is the High Commissioner for Refugees, right? And it is because I had an encounter with the refugees on one of my deployments, and it kind of changed me. So the ticker that you see up there, right, up there, is me trying to raise money for those donations. If you guys want to donate, you don't have to. You can donate bits. That's perfectly fine. That's okay. And you can donate subscribers. That's perfectly fine. Okay. But you do not have to donate. Only donate what you can, when you can, and how much you can within reason. If you guys just want to sit and watch me paint and sing poorly, because I do sing poorly at some points, that's perfectly fine. If you want to talk about lore, that's perfectly fine. If you want to get in on the community nights, you can join the Discord, right? If you want to chat while I'm filming in voice chat, you can. I got to know you a little bit first, and we have to establish a rapport, and then you're good to go and whatnot. But that's perfectly fine. You guys, for those of you that do join, and there's the link for the Discord. You and I, that's perfectly fine. I will only accept what you guys will give me, and if a follow is all that you can give me, or sharing the stream is all you can give me, then I greatly appreciate you. There is nothing about that. I have a few SF buds in Washington and Idaho. Ah, yes. Air Force Security Forces. We are everywhere. Ill eval. Thank you very much for the follow. So I do greatly appreciate you. I will talk about my experiences within the Air Force occasionally, and I will talk about my journey through therapy and all that stuff, and maybe I will release a video of kind of where I am through the healing process at some point in time. I have not decided that yet, and it will come with massive trigger warnings. So yeah. But yeah, I that's basically the long and short of me. Sorry that took so long. I was, while I'm talking with you guys. There are a lot of members of the chat who are venerable members. Johnny Zed, who is a lovely individual and who is just as knowledgeable as I am, if not more so, because he's been playing for a little bit longer. And then a few others that come in and out. But thank you very much for the raid, and thank you all for sticking around. Expect to see hobby streams. Space Marine 2, Helldivers 2, Total War 3, if I recall correctly, the occasional movie night watch along. Lots of good chats along the way. Yeah, thank you very much, Johnny. I appreciate you. Johnny's like my resident. He's like my resident. What's it called? Town crier. A hell of a guy he is. He and I go way back. Actually, speaking of which, I think I'm going to promote you to... Are you a mod? Hold on. Community. I used to be a herald at CSA, so it's conditioned into me. Oh, I can't. Oh, well, I'll figure it out. All right. Okay, but thank you all for the raid, and let's get back to painting. And please, tell me a little bit about yourselves. How'd you find the stream? It's very rare that I get rated by 37 people, so... And for you, weapons guy, easy builder, or sorry, busy builder. What's your primary platform? if you can say about it. Yarick, buddy. Oh. If you can hear someone else in the background, that is the Mrs. Commissar. Oh, Yarick. You nervous fart, didn't you? Oh, pal. Ah. I'm gonna we're about to end the stream in about 30 minutes because like my wife is probably gonna go or me and my wife is gonna go pick up the girls, but I'm also gonna like oh buddy, the commissarina. Yes, yes, the commissarina. But welcome to the stream, guys. Seriously, I don't think he wants to go outside with the fighters flying. It was the J7 effect and high. Thank you, Adrian's brush. Canadian construction and heavy equipment operator, off for the winter, so I paint in the winter. Oh, okay, all right, very cool. What's your primary um, what's your primary like duty as a heavy construction? Do you like do forklifting? Do you do backhoe? Do you do crane operator? Are you a wrecker? Oh yes, and I can run anything but a dozer. Oh, okay. And by the way, the good Johnny is a lovely Canadian himself. The good Zed, I should say. Thank you everyone for following me. Seriously, that's amazing. And for those of you that chose to follow me, what's the hobby scene like in the U.S. military? Here in the U.K., we have Tri-Service 40K tournament twice a year. Smaller country, though, is easier for people of all over to travel in one place. Um, it is not as prolific as in the UK. Um, People do who are in the military do play like are familiar with 40K because like 40K players and military people sometimes like the Venn diagram is close to a circle but not entirely, or they like it they know more about it, but it's in within the United States military it's a little bit more diverse. um, so but people have heard about it. um, and it's normally from people like me who play it or paint or whatnot. At my last unit, I was giving away gifts for individual people, and I was painting models of them as individual people and whatnot. I do mostly a lot of parks from the beginning to landscaping. Oh, okay, cool, cool. So you don't do like major construction projects, or well, I say major, like urban development construction projects, I should say. Unless you do that, and in which case I am sorry for assuming. Oh, we do. Oh, okay. Yeah, Warhammer players in the forces I know are always insane. Combination of disposable income plus tendency for military types to be an all-in personality. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's a fun hobby. Now, speaking about like the hobby and me personally, so I loved the hobby before I joined the Air Force. Currently, they're building a bridge, but not me. I like winters off. I believe he was talking about it earlier. Yes, I was. I was in. I was stationed at RAF Lakenheath, and that's actually when I met my wife. Um, and I went into Warhammer World and played and did the Warhammer World tourism thing and all that stuff, and actually got a couple of mugs from Bugman's in the Warhammer World. Um, you know, so yeah, I enjoyed my time in England. Did he go? Okay, yeah, he just does not like the fighters. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're doing loops. One of them buzzed the low deck and he freaked. He actually hid underneath the desk for a little bit. Yeah. Went to the UK, visited Bugman's, got it. Yeah, but yeah, so I was deployed to the Falkland Islands for 6 months in 2022. Tiny South Atlantic population, 3,000. The base there had a Warhammer club. Well, I mean, it's the Falklands. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Falkland Islands. I worked with RAF Regiment boys and girls. Uh, while they weren't, while I don't think any of them served in the Falklands, they had talked about it. Are you teasing him? He's had a rough day. You better give him something. There we go. Be nice to Yarick. I know, I know. I'm giving you shit. The club was called Bored Senseless. Ha! That's brilliant. We're gonna give him chicken and rice tonight, right? Okay, all right. I trust you. Your intuition. But for us, we're gonna have brats. Bratwurst. I did take that out. I took out both packages. But yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm glad you guys saw. I really am. For those of you that also are interested, I do have a YouTube channel. So if you prefer YouTube over Twitch, not saying that you do, you can follow me there as well. For a second, I heard Grotz there. No, Bratwurst. Oh, yep. The Thunderbirds are a really cool fighter group or fighter squadron. The problem is that we don't like them flying over the house because it bothers Yarick. And they were making sonic booms earlier, and that scared the ever living poop out of him. Every single time a sonic boom happens, he jumps out of his skin. Oh, Bubba's, you are not happy right now. Poor doggo. Yeah, I mean, it's like I think it's akin to lightning or thunder with any sort of dog, or fireworks with any sort of dog. They just don't like the loud noise. So I'm curious which factions you all play. So I know someone said Black Templar and Orcs. Sensitive ears, yeah. So someone said Black Templar and Orcs. Someone else said Chaos, I thought. Hold on. Black Templar and Orcs. Painting a Black Legion for my son. Oh, that's lovely. Blood Angels here. Oh, okay. Traditional Blood Angels or the Death Company. God, he is not happy. Painting demons, or sorry, demons painting Scarband proxy at the moment. Oh, okay, very lovely, very lovely. And that's Polio from YouTube. I run a Blood Angel successor chapter called the Angels Sanguine. Oh, okay, very cool. Do you use Death Company within the successor chapter or no? And that's okay if you don't. I'm just curious. My faction is yes. Artifact of I've been having. Artifact of me having been having it for a long time. I guess I should say what's the primary faction. I haven't yet. I've been playing mostly narrative, so I've been trying to run Codex compliant battle themed companies. Ah, lately my focus has been down a dull roar with Iron Hands, Admech, Custodes, and a smatter of Knights in the mix. That's cool. I really do like it. I really do like like the decision behind like, oh, I like demons, or oh, I liked Space Marines, or oh, I liked Eldar, orcs, chaos. I always like to hear how people got to that decision. Whether it was the aesthetic, whether it was a story, all that stuff. I do like my Stompy bots. Okay. Yeah. Yarrick, come here, Bubbas. All right, you guys are going to get a little bit of doggo cam right now. It was always the lore for me. Yarrick, Bubbas. All right, here's Pupper cam. Come here, pal. Oh, nope. Pupper cam going back over to Mama. It's the fighters flying. That's why. He sat underneath my desk for the longest time. I like big mount. Let's see. Lore is definitely a big draw. I think honestly, the lore is the GW's secret sauce for the appeal for 40k. I couldn't agree more. I like big monsters, so it was either demons or nids. Nurglings were too cute to pass up. You are the first person that says Nurglings are adorable. I mean, I guess it's all relative, but still, I see them as squishable targets. Nurglings are adorable. I guess to each their own. You know, eye on the beholder and on all that. Sassy Nurgling, most of all. Oh, well, there is the sassy Nurgling. I hope those flyboys knock it off soon. It's almost beer drinking time for them. And I say that with love. I really do. They're funny little guys, basically swarms of green baby Yodas. Ooh, I don't know. I would not consider Grogu green baby Yoda. Or a Nurgling. In theory, I should get around to painting the Death Guard. I've picked up halves of double sets over the years. I should probably have most infantry for that army. Yeah. How are the cats taking the fighters? Oh. Thanks. I'm off to bed. Thanks for the stream, Commissar. Oh well, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Again, I want to thank J7 and Studio J7 and Soulway Studios. I saw the YouTube video of Hell's Reach and boom, Black Templar fan. Hell's Reach is a really good story. If you don't have the audiobook or if you don't have the actual book, it's a really good story. Exact same for me. When I got the audiobook, even better. My first foray into 40k was the tabletop, but shortly after that, I bought my first Black Library book, and it was the Gaunt's Ghost series, and it shortly followed after by Eisenhorn. So it was over for me at that point. I was hooked. I was done, son. I have to clean up the paint anyway. But that's an easier fix.
But I'm glad everyone is enjoying my content. It's very nice to meet new people and get all that stuff. I could never really get into the Black Templars. I always felt that they sort of stole the number. They sort of stole it from the Dark Angels with the monastic vibe thunder. Oh yeah, no, no, no. I think that the Dark Angels have a different style. But I do understand the. I think the Dark Angels are more monks, whereas Black Templar are the Crusaders. Uh, Polio says solely tabletop fan. I know lore of the demons don't tend to lend themselves to characterization well. Well, that's understandable. We have an ad coming in about 45 seconds. Silver, silver, silver. Yeah, you're not wrong, Commissar. Black Templars are crazier. They really are. Okay, silver, 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 silver. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So that silver is done. Okay. Next bit. Next bit. That taken care of. That taken care of. Okay. Oh, we are almost done with the silver. God, batch painting is. I like batch painting. Don't get me wrong. Um, but it certainly is a slog. See, okay. Oh, at least he got out. Did he go or no? Oh, good. Least favorite faction. Ooh. I would probably have to say the Tyranid because um, I just don't want to have to build and paint another Horde army. I always batch paint by squad size 3, 10, or sorry, 3, 5, or 10. Well, I'm unfortunately batch painting a lot of guardsmen, and their squad sizes are either 10 or 20. Um, so I'm kind of stuck. So if I do another Horde army, because the thing is I've collected orcs, and orcs can be Horde-ish, but it's not like a lot. Like you can make them all knobs and all that stuff. Um, I'd have like a small battle line of boys and grots, but Tyranids, it's oof.
I don't think I have this. I don't think I have the strength to do Tyranids. Not fully. I'll paint them, but I won't. I don't think I'll ever play them. And then I think after that, if I was to rack and stack, so least favorite, most to least, I would say Tyranids, but guards are the ultimate horde army. Unfortunately, yeah, for right now, I remember when guardsmen, you could run an elite guard army and um, you could run an elite guard army and really punch above your weight class as a guard player. When it was in third edition, I ran hardened veterans, grenadiers for stormtroopers, and carapace armor, sharpshooters. Those were the doctrines I took, and uh, carapace armor, sharpshooters, grenadiers, hardened veterans. And I think commissars was my fifth doctrine, and they were just a fucking menace. It really was. The infantry could punch above their weight class. The tanks, you could try and pop a tank, but then have enough small arms fire to wipe you off the board anyway. Every one of my squads had power weapons and plasma pistols and grenade launchers and plasma guns. So it was a real, and then of course every one of my squads had those that could take it a heavy weapons platform. So it was a real like, and bolters couldn't. It wasn't a one shot one kill. So I had an armor save. So it was really hard to get my guard off the table. Now, granted, they were expensive for their points cost, but it was definitely a. I definitely made you have to. I definitely made my opponents have to take care of the guard. And guard were like that, where you could run an elite army for quite some time. Oh, bless you. But I don't think I could ever do another horde army the same. What time should we get the brood?
Morgan said she wanted to be picked up at 5.
At 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think Bree might be upset.
So I'm assuming you want to get Bree at what, 4? And then.
We can get Bree earlier, yeah.
Oh, it is a Friday. I guess we could do that. I said it is a Friday. I guess we could do that.
Do what?
Pick them, stagger up their pickups. All right. Gotta go to dinner time here. Have a good stream. Well, I appreciate you. Tower increasingly hoardy as well. Yeah, Tower getting there. Appreciate you, Mason. That I appreciate everyone who's followed and whatnot. Actually, let's look at the donations real quick. I don't know if it donated. Okay. No, we're still at 315. That's perfectly fine. 21 viewers. My God. That's this is as high as I've ever gotten. Is 21 viewers. Well, I mean, obviously, the 67 viewers I had, that was a large number, but this is about as high as I've ever gotten. So thank you all for continuing to watch me. I want to get to know everybody who is watching the channel.
And who is wanting to support? Because you guys are what makes this possible. If you raise money for me, if you watch ads, if you donate direct, like you, without this, I'm just some random guy on the internet talking into a camera. And while I would definitely do that for entertainment purposes, the fact that you are able to allow me to raise money for charity is makes that so worthwhile. You randomly popped up in my YouTube algo. So you're doing something right. Oh well, thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Man, I'm actually going to be excited to put these guardsmen together. We're almost done with all the lost guns, and then we just need to do skin tones for the hands, and then we can put them all together. I'm really excited. Well, I got to do the blue for the plasma guns, but that's still like a lot. That's still a lot done. Yarrick, pal, what's up? You're okay, buddy. And actually, if we are going to end the stream, who is around? How do you do your plasma? It's going to be the blue. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Ah! If I can get the camera to focus. That's honestly the hardest part about this stream, about streaming, is that sometimes the camera does not want to focus at all. I might have to rotate the light. Aziz light. There we go. So it's an ice blue or a light blue. Before you go, I post my squad brand on your Discord. Okay, thank you for joining the Discord. We are going to be doing a community movie night this weekend, where we're going to be riffing off of a movie. That looks really good. Yeah. Just make sure you abide by the rules of the Discord.
And if you have issue with that, then maybe the Discord's not for you. That's my warning. And there's a plasma pistol. So it's a very light blue. I'm probably going to do the vents a little bit light blue after, just to show that it's... Actually, no. The cooling vents will be... I probably will leave them black. Some of them will be blue. Some of them will be black. I'm a good boy. Don't worry. I say that to anybody. It's not just you. I'm not singling you out. But yeah. This is kind of the model quality that I have. But yeah, we're going to be doing a movie night for people who are interested, and it's going to be a Mystery Science Theater kind of riff. We're going to watch an old school movie, and we're going to riff on it, and we're going to make fun and all that stuff, and enjoy it. Okay, thank you very much. Well, that's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Nice. That's a nice 3D printed sculpt right there. That's not bad at all. Okay. All right. Silver. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to end the stream here, but to keep the love going, because this is very, very important, we're going to jump over to my buddy Hoodguard's stream. He's doing an artillery witch for Trench Crusade. I'm trying to see if there's anybody else that I know that's on right now. Yeah, it's just Hoodguard that I see right now. So we're gonna kick over to Hoodguard. We're gonna raid him real quick, and then I'll end the stream. Oh no, Maze is alive. Oh, but she's doing Helldivers. Actually, chat. Do you want to watch a battle report? Oh, but it's in French. Ooh. Some of you may not. I'll catch you later. Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do Hoodguard. So we're gonna do a quick little raid, guys. Quick little raid.
fun to hear.